Alright, hello. I'm going to talk a little bit before we get into the things. Normally, I boot up the game before I start stream. I was lazy today. I explained it in chat, but I'm explaining it for anyone who can't see chat right now, which would be, YouTube audiences, people who watch full screened, whatever. So yeah, normally I pull up the game first. Didn't do that today. We're probably going to be working on the Spencer Kim Lewis house again, like we were last night. But I am also going to pull us into Create a Sim briefly, so I can overview all of the stuff that came with high school years, like the clothing and makeup and hair and stuff. Just 'cause I think, it's all cute, you know. Oh my god, this bread clip I have literally says patent pending on it. Bruh. That's sad. Yeah. Like, Sims is booted up. I'm just not in the save file yet because it's still loading. My game takes a while to load because I have so much stuff. Which, I mean, it happens. Oh, and also, if I remember right, tomorrow should be the infants update. So, tomorrow's regularly scheduled program is more than likely going to be me reviewing everything for it's likely going to be me reviewing everything for the infants update, infants themselves, and we're gonna be doing that thing where I put a ton of infants in one house and suffer because Ethan has decided that it is 15 infants in one house. I'm not going to do it all at once because I don't feel like upping my limit in MC Command Center for how many Sims I can have in a house. But I promise you we will have 15 infants to take care of. And it's going to suck. And with Growing Together, when that comes out on the 16th, we are going to probably make our lives a living hell and try out the 100 baby challenge. Do I want to do the 100 baby challenge? Absolutely the fuck not. Am I going to? Absolutely. But if we do the 100 baby challenge, I am going to turn aging off briefly, probably. Just so I can figure some stuff out. I mean, I might not, but we'll see. But yeah. That'll be a living hell. I can't even handle, like, more than one toddler in my house at a time. So having 100 babies sounds like hell. Oh man, I have so many save games. I also just ate, so sorry if I clear my throat a lot. I get a lot of mucus when I eat. Oh, good morning, Ethan. Ethan is in the chat. Good morning, Ethan. We're just chatting a little before we get into the game, because I'm still booting up the game. So you know, that happens. I was just talking about how infants should be tomorrow, meaning that we'll get to do that tomorrow, and how growing together is on the 16th. So on the 16th, we will start a 100 baby challenge stream, as much as I absolutely hate the idea of it. So yeah, we're gonna get it done. We're gonna do some shit. And I think it'll be sexy. I think Diedrich is happy to see you, Ethan. I don't know what gave me that idea, but I think, just maybe, Diedrich is happy to see you. Alright, hopefully the game should be pulling up on stream in a second. Sorry, I was waiting for stream to catch up on my phone. Anyway, I am gonna pull us into create a sim a moment. Half awake right now. Oh, it's okay, baby boy. You don't need to be awake. You don't need to be here. Might play DBD later to finish the rift. Oh yeah, go for it. If you play later, I might join you, because I still need to finish the rift myself. Who knows? We might be able to stream it later. Who knows? We don't need to, but we might. Cause yeah, I need to get to the rift. I haven't fucking finished the rift yet. God, I need to. I need to finish the rift. I gotta grind, yeah. I need to grind. But yeah, we'll see on the streaming part, yeah. Not required, but we could. There we go. Reviewing some new content. God, my game is lagging. Okay, let's see. Varnas. Very nice. This one's neat. It looks like a genie hair, you know? Reminds me of genie hairstyles. I like that one. This one is okay. I don't like how tall it feels, but, you know, that's just me. I don't like headbands much as is. This one's okay. It's kinda cute. Meh. This one's real cute. I like this one a whole lot. This one is interesting. It's okay. This one is super cute, and I like it a whole lot, and I'll probably use it constantly. The dyed version of the other hair. Ooh, it's purple on this swatch. Nice. I like that one. This short scruffy hair. It's okay looking. This hair is also pretty okay looking. If it didn't have this weird cutout in it, I would like it more, I think. And then, ooh, that is vibrant. I like it, though. Picasso. There was new eyebrow, wasn't there? Unless I'm just dumb. No, there's not. Okay. Hats. There was new hats. The bucket hat here. Which is pretty cute. In my school, we weren't allowed to wear hats. You'd get dress coded for it, so... not entirely realistic if you're sending your teen sim to school with a hat on. Uh, and then the graduation cap, of course. Of course, of course. We like a good graduation cap. The colorful ones, I'm not so sure about. But, like, the white and black, yeah. Absolutely. Why does hair still flag that something is new? Is it because of the men's hairs that I can't see right now? It must be. Accessories. It must be something for men. Makeup. New eyeshadows. Why are you making the cooler version of me? No, I'm not. I'll probably use some of these eyeshadows, especially this black one. Unsure yet. And then this one. This one's pretty cool. I mean, it's a little odd, especially with this eye shape, but it's pretty cool. I don't mind it. And now we get to look at shirts. Cheerleading uniform, cheerleading uniform. Is it supposed to be sparklier than this? On the thumbnail, it looks like it's supposed to be super shiny, but here it's just not, you know? Odd. This is a super cool sweater, and I like it a lot. This is awesome. Look at that back. I love this jacket. I would use this. This looks like it's just a school jacket. Like, I would bet this is just like a sports uniform kind of jacket. This is so many sequins. My god. Also, chat, we are very lucky that this is just barely covering enough of the chest here that I'm not gonna get slapped. Because that shirt is, in fact, see-through. And, yeah. School uniform. Don't mind it very much. It's cool. I like uniforms. I think I've seen quite a few people say they're really sad that you can't enforce a dress code at the school in the high school years. Yeah, it kinda sucks that you can't enforce a dress code, but, you know, whatever. A windbreaker, that would have definitely gotten me dress coded because it's so damn short. Like, if I had a shirt on under it, maybe I would have been fine, but, like, if it was just the jacket like it is here, ooh, dress coded, baby. Same with this top, unless you had, like, high-waisted jeans, dress coded. Dress codes suck? I mean, yeah, but a lot of people wanted to be able to enforce a dress code on their students because they wanted it for the realism. You forget, there are people who literally have, like, realistic childbirth mods for this game. Look at how sexist most dress codes are. I mean, yeah. Still, most people like the realism. But yeah, this would have gotten me dress coded, probably. It's still cute, but it would have probably gotten me dress coded. Technically speaking, this would have passed in my school. As long as I had high-waisted pants, this would have passed. Because that looks like I can fit 2 fingers on the strap. That was the rule in my school, is if you could fit 2 fingers on the strap of your shirt, it was fine. I choose to forget about that. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I think this would have passed in my school. It's pretty cute, too, so, I mean, it's cool that it would have probably passed in my school. This definitely would have passed. 'Cause, you know, It's like 2 layers of weeb. This would have passed in my school. Ooh, and a band shirt version. It's Ethan's version. Emo band shirt. Let's go. And then just plain. That's cool. Another school uniform. School uniforms for clubs. This would not have passed in my school. That is spaghetti strap. Bruh. Spaghetti strap. Too short. Would not have passed in my school. The only people in my school who could get away with wearing shit like this and not get dress coded was the girls that my teachers thought were cute, which is disgusting. Very, very, very disgusting. But yeah, no, I would have gotten my ass dress coded for that. That is so small. I don't think I would even let my teenager leave the house wearing something like this, quite frankly. As, like, if I was a parent, I don't think I would let my teenager leave the house with this shirt on. I would be like, no, you put on a jacket or, like, high-waisted pants or something, for the love of God. My God. Like, I was allowed to have a crop top when I was a kid, but it was like I had to wear a shirt under it. And I am grateful for that, because it looked a lot cuter with a shirt under it, quite frankly. And it was a lot cozier and warmer. But anyway. Ay. Absolutely not. Ugh, I would not let my kid wear that. Anyway. Another club shirt. Dress code immediately. If you buttoned up the shirt, you wouldn't get dress coded, but like just having it out like this, dress code, baby. It's also just really, like, it doesn't fit the Sims figure at all. Like, if I do this, she looks fine. Well, not fine. She still looks absurd. Like, there we go. Pull that out and then she looks fine. But, like, this just, like, has the weird lumpies that some shirts in The Sims have. I don't like the weird lumpies. This is a school-issued uniform shirt, so it would have been fine. This would have been dress-coded. Absolutely would have been dress-coded, because the open back and the shoulders showing, even though there's something holding it up there, it just would have been dress-coded wholeheartedly. Dress code immediately. This would not fly. I wouldn't even let this fly as a parent. Like, absolutely not. No, sir. School uniform shirt. Dress code immediately. Also wouldn't let this fly as a parent. Just dress code. Whole ass dress code. This would have been fine. Even with the lace, it would have been fine, because, I had, like, a few shirts that had, like, lace all over the shoulders and across the back, and they were fine. As long as it was, like, a full sleeve, which this is, like, more or less a full sleeve, it's fine. And it has the vest, which is honestly probably attached to the shirt. I've had a few shirts like that. It's fine. It's not bad. Would have passed, in my school anyway. Would not have passed unless you had high-waisted jeans, this shirt. Just, bruh. Listen, this is something that maybe I could give a pass for my kid wearing, but jeez, that's short. That's really short. This would not have passed in my school. This wouldn't have passed. I could see myself giving a pass for my kid to wear this if it was for, like, something in the middle of summer. I know that's ridiculous, but this feels like a middle of summer kind of shirt. This would have been fine in my school. It's ridiculous, and it's super fuzzy, and it's so stupid, but would have passed. This would have passed just fine. It's a little ugly, but it would have passed, you know. Looks like a bathing suit top? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's why I say this could probably pass for summers, because it looks like a swimsuit top. I wore things like that, what do you mean? Oh, the fuzzy one. I'm sorry, Diedrich. Listen, I don't wear things like that, okay? Also, the reason I'm talking about if it would have gotten me dress coded is just because I think it's interesting, since this is stuff that came with a high school oriented pack. So, you know, this would have been fine. This cute sweatshirt, t-shirt combo thing, this would have been fine. Oh, especially because you have, like, the school shirt swatches. Yeah, this would have been fine. That would not have been a problem. And it's pretty cute. The gym-like shirt? Yeah. This probably would have been dress coded unless you had, like, higher waisted pants. I could see it passing, but only if you had, like, real high-waisted pants. No Gwyn. Oh, Gwyn-like shirt. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you said gym for some reason. I'm looking at my phone sideways, so the chat is sideways. Anyway, suit top, that's fine. This is definitely meant for, like, the prom stuff. It's cute. I like it. I especially like this one. Ooh, baby. That's cute. I like it. The vest. Not every school would have allowed this, but, like, my school would have been probably totally fine with this, because, like, it meets the 3-finger rule. It looks fine. Even the lacy open back one, my school would have allowed that. Like, my school wouldn't have actually cared if you had this big open lacy back. Which is funny, because most schools actually do care about that kind of thing. Mine didn't. This is a cute vest, though. 10 out of 10. I like it. School uniform stuff. This would have probably been fine in my school. You should do at one point Sims based on the Tails characters, because you have fun packs. I'll give you money dollar. I mean, listen. Yeah, I don't mind doing that if you really wanted me to. I mean, today is supposed to be for building, but I don't mind if you want to do that. This is, yeah, like I said, this probably would have been fine in my school, though. Especially if you had, like, the higher pants. Yeah, this would have been fine. I would have seen no problem with this. This would have been totally fine. No problem here. It's just kind of a baggy shirt. And that's the end of the shirts category. And in order to see other shirts better, I'll put this top on. Feel like dress coding sometimes was schooled by school biases, because backtracking on the hat thing, beanies were allowed in mine, but otherwise no hats. Yeah. Hats were only allowed in my schools. Like, we had a hat day specifically for wearing hats. Or if we, like, if it was the middle of winter and you had really short hair, they would allow beanies, because obviously your head would get cold in the winter. But, for the most part, it was a very strict no hats kind of thing. And I mean, even then, they were pretty relaxed on it. They didn't always enforce the no hats thing. Hat day too, but beanies were always worn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. My school had kind of an odd dress code. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't, it was weird, Speaking of dress codes, this skirt would have gotten me dress coded. You couldn't wear jack anything at my school, no stomach, shoulder, back, anything. Oh, jeez, that's ugh. Yeah, my school was at least relaxed enough with their dress coding. But yeah, no, this skirt wouldn't have passed because it doesn't reach the fingertips. That was always the rule with pants and like with shorts and skirts is it had to reach your fingertips at my school, which for me was like down to my knees because I had long ass arms. It always depended on who caught you. Yeah, yeah, some of my schools were like, oh yeah, or if you were pretty, they ignored it, yeah. At my schools, it always definitely depended on who caught you. Like, some of the female teachers really didn't give a shit what you wore, but then there were a couple of male teachers who would hound you. Even the guys, like, even the boys, they would hound the boys just as much as they hounded the girls. But, you know, it's like, jeez, man. Jeez. They even cracked down on boys if their pants were too low, which is generally not something that happens. Yeah. Yeah, I can see why that would be annoying. I mean, I would crack down on boys wearing their pants too low just because it's really fucking annoying to me when boys wear their pants super low because it's like, I'm sorry, nobody needs to see your ass crack or your underwear. Pull your damn pants up. I see it so often in public with teenagers and it bothers me so much. It's like, pull your pants up. Wear a belt. I don't care if it's fashion. Wear a belt. God, but yeah, no, this would have gotten me dress coded, this skirt, because it doesn't reach the fingertips. These pants would have been fine. My school allowed rips. I know not all schools allow ripped pants. Mine did. So this would have been fine in my schools. Like, it wouldn't have gotten me in trouble. I had a lot of, like, ripped jeans. A lot of the girls wore ripped jeans. Technically, this would have gotten dress coded, but I think it's meant to pair with the school uniforms. So, since I'm going on this being a uniform thing, I think it would have at least passed. Teenagers are different now. Yeah. Yeah, teenagers are just really different nowadays, especially with their clothing styles and everything. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of the current clothing styles are a lot like the early 2000s, late 90s, which I like. But then, you know, there's a lot of other really weird things like there's a clear generational trend in the last couple of years where teenagers dress as old as they can and try really hard to look like adults, and I hate that. I really, really hate it because it's like super weird to me. Just, mm-mm. I don't like when teenagers try really hard to look like adults because it's like, for the most part, you are still children. Please stop. Like, I didn't care how I looked when I was a teenager. I just kind of wore whatever I liked. Shrug, you know? It's like, man, teenagers nowadays, bruh. This is a school uniform piece, so it passes dress code even though it's too short. This would have been fine in my school, even though it has all the graphics on it. Even this would have been fine in my school. I know some people, were saying that this would have gotten dress coded in their school because the handprint on the ass. My school wouldn't have even cared. Like, people got away with wearing some, like, kind of graphic shirts at my school, even. Obviously, they didn't always get away with wearing something that was, like, you know, inappropriate, but, like, this probably would have passed because who's staring at your ass enough to see that print? Honestly, it's something we don't realize. Trying to grow up fast is a mistake until we're adults. Yeah. Yeah, kids will always want to be adults, but yeah. Yeah. It really is a shame how many kids want to rush to be adults, because it's like, no, 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 trust me, as an adult, it sucks. It's not fun. These are sequin pants, and they're not nearly as shiny as they look in the preview. Something is broken with that. I don't like it. I don't like sequins. It would have been fine in my school, but I don't like it. This would have been fine. No problem. Would have been totally fine. This would have been dress coded because it doesn't hit the fingertips. And this would have been dress coded because it doesn't hit the fingertips. It's an independence thing. Yeah. It really is an independence thing, children trying to act adult. Which really sucks to me. Because it's like, especially if you're a parent that, like, tries to give your children independence, you know? It's like, you can only give so much. And when they still try to take more, it's like, oh, come on, I'm trying here. These pants are fine, by the way. Would have had no problems in my school, except maybe they would have checked your pockets, because those are some real big pockets, and not all teenagers are, you know, sane people. They would have checked your pockets in my school for this kind of pants, but other than that, you would be fine. This skirt is totally fine, because it goes way past the fingertips. This wouldn't get you dress coded. These pants are fine. They're very low-waisted. I hate low-waisted pants. I always pull my pants up to, like, here. So I hate low-waisted pants. Low-waisted pants suck. These pants would have been fine in my school. Again, they didn't really care about rips. It would have passed. These pants would have been fine. These pants would have been fine because they're just sweatpants. Maybe back, but I'm getting on Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Have good Dead by Daylight. Have good EBDB. I freaking love these bell bottoms. I fucking love these bell bottoms. And they would have definitely been acceptable in my school, but I fucking love these bell bottoms. Especially the fact they have plain swatches like this, but oh, this one specifically. Like, I don't like wearing words. I don't like wearing bell bottoms in my personal real life, but I do love the aesthetic of them. They're pretty. This would have passed in my school. They didn't care about acid-washed, bleached clothing. This would have been totally fine. Especially the rips. They didn't care. This would have been fine. This skirt would be dress-coded, because it doesn't reach the tips. This skirt would have been fine, however, because it's long boy style. These are sweatpants again. Yeah, that would have been fine. Suit pants, totally fine. Jeans, again, totally fine. This is technically a uniform, so it would have been fine even though it doesn't meet the fingertips. And that's the end of the pants category. And now we get full body. Uniform, that's fine. Uniform is fine. Graduation gown is fine. This is technically a uniform piece because it fits with all the other uniform pieces, color-wise. So that's fine. It's also long enough, so it's fine. This, funny enough, would have been allowed in my school, even though it's half off the shoulder. It would have been allowed. Oh god, I accidentally... Alright, give me a minute to filter. There we go. Not university, wrong one. There we go, high school. But yeah, this one would have been fine in my school. They wouldn't have cared. 'Cause it's only, like, off of one shoulder. They wouldn't have cared. If it was off both shoulders, they would have cared. But it was only off one, so... this would have been fine. Baggy. It's acceptable. This would have been fine if you had leggings under it. Otherwise, no, because it doesn't meet the fingertips. It just barely misses the fingertips. They would have dress coded this even in, you know. This would have been dress coded. Which is actually funny, because I was friends with a girl who wore something like this to one of our school dances. And they didn't bother to dress code her because it was a school dance. But they didn't like it. They didn't like that she wore something like this to the school dance. I'll tell you that. She got an earful about don't wear something like that again. Please. She was very confident. She was a very, very confident young lady. She was great. She was really great. She is that friend who wore something like this is the reason that I had my first ever slow dance with another girl when I was in school. And props to her. Honestly, Wing Woman of the Year. It was so funny because, like, we were at the school dance and I literally could not shut up about how cute I thought this other girl that we went to school with was. I was, like, talking about it the whole time. And then my friend was just like, want me to go ask her if she wants to dance with you? And I was like, what? Huh? And she just strolled right over to the girl I thought was cute and was like, hey, you want to dance with my friend? And I had a heart attack. But I got to dance with a cute girl. Unfortunately, said cute girl, upon getting to know her, had a personality like cardboard. She had a personality like cardboard. I'm sorry, it's true. But she was real pretty. Oh my god. This would have gotten you dress coded in my school. Not only that, it's just obnoxious looking. But yeah, it would have gotten you dress coded. Doesn't meet the fingertips. Even if you had leggings on, I think this would have gotten me dress coded in school. This one just barely meets the fingertips, so this would have been fine. That would have been fine. It's just a huge t-shirt. This would have been totally fine, especially for, like, the senior proms and everything. This would have been absolutely acceptable in my school. They wouldn't have cared about this. And this would have been totally fine, especially if you had pants under it. And then there's two things that I can't unlock there, which is fine. Accessories. Excuse all my accessories. It's just the corsage for prom. And shoes. Oh yeah, even shoes could get you dress coded in my school. Funny thing there. Like, these shoes would have only been allowed in the summer. If you wore these any season outside of summer, they would have probably dress coded you. These would have been fine, though. These boot shoes, those would have been fine. Turn this into a mail sim, so that way I can look at the mail create a sim. Because, like I said, I want to look at create a sim stuff for a minute. Obviously, the hair that we just looked at. This hair, which I like a lot. I think it looks nice. This hair again, with the weird cut through. If it didn't have the weird cut through, I would use it. I don't like the weird cut through. And this hair, which is fine. And this hair again. I'm gonna put him in this hair for now. New facial hair? Yeah, new facial hair. Oh. Curly. I like that. That's cute. That's also great. I love that. And the tiny little mustache. Oh, the tiny little baby boy mustache. The little baby man. Little baby man mustache. Oh, that's so cute. I always use this facial hair, like, all the time. I like it a lot. Again, with no accessories flagging. Oh. Well, there we go. It's a couple of necklaces and a corsage. Cool. I don't know why I can't see those when I go to the girls, but you know. I still have stuff flagging as new. It's really annoying. Hi. Is this what you want from me? Oh, yeah, that's what you want from me, baby. My cat got up, she was sleeping, and she stood right up. And I was like, oh, do you want your food? Immediately, she's like, yeah, I want food. Even boys could get dress coded in my school, so I want to talk about that. This would have been fine, acceptable. This definitely would have gotten the boys dress coded. Ooh, baby. School uniform. This would have been fine. This would have been fine-ish. No, wait, that's see-through. Dress coded. School uniform. This would have been fine. School uniform. This would have been fine. School uniforms. This would have been fine. School uniform. Fine. Fine. Uniform, technically. Fine. Fine. Funny enough, this would have gotten the boys at my school dress coded. I like this shirt a lot, though. That's really cool. Yeah, this definitely would have gotten the boys dress coded. It's see-through. I only just noticed that it's see-through. Damn. Oh, shit. I accidentally clicked off the thing. I hate when I accidentally click off the thing and it stops flagging new stuff. Like, excuse me. Rude. Anything that I missed up here? No. School uniform. Fine. Fine. Fine, fine. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. It would have been a fine line, though. And then unlockables over there. This would have been fine. That's school uniform. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. 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 That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yep. And yep. Yeah, most of the boys' clothes are totally fine. Yep. 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 And then shoes, they have like, what, one new pair, and that's totally fine. It's just some loafery shoes. Yeah. And then this was a, teenagers-oriented pack, so I'm pretty reasonably positive there wasn't anything for, like, kids in this pack, right? Like, if I go all the way over here and I go to child. Oh, new hair. Yeah, so the kids can wear the new hairs too, which I like. Always good if the kids can have the new hairstyles. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, I'll always be happy with it if the kids can wear the new hairstyles. But yeah, that's basically everything. Sorry that we spent like an hour just about looking at the high school years Create-A-Sim stuff. There was also like body details and whatnot. I don't care. I don't have the time. I did want to pull these guys into Create-A-Sim for a minute. Just so that way I could look at their traits and better understand. Because I have been making their house, you know. Mansion Baron, glutton, self-assured, and materialistic. Ugh. Oh, he's an asshole. He's an asshole. He's mama. Big happy family, cheerful foodie, family oriented. Okay. Adorable grandma. His wife is exactly what I expected, obviously. Creative, childish, loves the outdoors, yeah. I designed his bedroom after his wife because, come on, man. Come on. Mr. the Dennis, you are a very neat guy. That's okay. And then Olivia, little kiddo, she's an artist too. And a goofball. Yeah, that's where I was, designing her bedroom from. Alright, cool. That's all I needed, was to check them and make sure I was designing their house right. Which I am, for the most part. Let's continue our building. You made me get your food out for you. Eat it. My cat made me get her food out for her and then decided that she wasn't gonna eat. Ugh, how rude. How rude. She ate a lot, though, already today. She already ate, like, half of her bowl of food today. Which is really, really big for her, because yesterday it took her literally all day to eat even one bowl of food. I'm putting it away, then, if you're not eating it. Yes, ma'am, I'm putting it away if you're not eating it. She is so offended that I would dare put her food away, because she's like, what if I want to eat it now? And it's like, you're not eating it. I'm putting your food away if you're not eating it. And the reason I put it away if she's not eating it is because, since it's wet food, it can dry out if I leave it just sitting. Oh yeah. I have a couple of these that are flagging as new because I never look in here. Excuse that. Can you tell I never open this category? Why is it yelling at me about... Oh, there's a new ladder. Not just a new ladder, it's the ivy trellis ladder. Okay. I see you, ladder. Oh gosh, it goes all the way to the roof. I like that ladder. That's awesome. It matches the ivy trellises that we got. It's awesome. I like that. Anyway, yeah. This room was designed after Alice specifically because her husband is lame and boring and kind of an ass. So their bedroom is like her space, basically. And their daughter has a beautiful space here. And now, in my game, she never stays a child for very long, so I'm not gonna make it a super childish room. Well, I say, as it's very childish already. I mean, I'm gonna make it, like, versatile, so it's also fit for, like, a teenager, like a freshly aged up teen. I don't know about some of y'all, but I still keep, like, doll houses around, and I'm a grown adult, so... I like doll houses a lot. I like dolls. I have, like... Okay, listen. I recently counted, right? This is a recent count. And I have, like, somewhere around 40 dolls in my house. Maybe more. So, you know, I think maybe I like dolls a little bit. It's not too uncommon, though. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's debatably sometimes some kind of uncommon, because, I mean, there are quite a lot of people who don't keep stuff like that, but I guess nowadays it's less uncommon. Like, nowadays it's a bit more common to keep stuff like that around. I don't know, because I know when I was a kid, my parents were like, oh my god, get rid of that crap. And now they don't care. But when I was a kid, it was a pretty big deal. It was like, oh my god, you still have that and you're this old? Oh my god. What the heck, you know? Boop, 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 boop. Back in my day, I say, like an old person. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for the cat. Little dude. Little dude. Little dude! I like the little dudes. Oh, that has a little calendar built into it. So I don't need that. hey, look, it takes two. I forgot that they have a poster for that in here. I love that game, by the way. It Takes Two is a really good game. Boop. I wanted to put posters all over the walls because obviously, you know, what kid has perfectly pristine walls? I have posters literally everywhere in my room. Posters and stickers and all kinds of crap just everywhere in my room. This window doesn't really need a curtain, does it? That might be a little much, having the plants there. Yeah, I don't think that needs a curtain. Hi, Eve. I see you in the chat. Squidoodlin', squiddy boyin', squid boy. Bruh, honestly, me though, with the mugs on the desk, I always have something on my desk. Mugs are not an uncommon occurrence on my desk. You're good, Ethan. You're so cute. If I may steal you after you're done building, I mean, that won't be for a while. If you want to steal me right now, I can mute on stream and everything and mute the game audio. So that way they don't hear you, but... Cause yeah, like, I don't think I'll be done for a while. Meaning, like, off stream? Yeah, like I said, I don't think that'll be for a while, though. Keep streaming, don't worry about it. Okay. If you need me before then, let me know. Just yeah, like, ba. Now I'm like concerned, you know. It's okay. Are you sure? Oh my goodness. Just hoping Wi-Fi is good. Oh yeah. Me too, honestly. 'Cause my Wi-Fi is an asshole. If it does go out today, I'm just gonna kind of try to truck through it, you know? Like, what happens, happens. Also, I'm aware that closet won't be functional. I don't actually care, though. Oh, that's a shoebox. At least we know the time frame. Yeah, kinda. It's not guaranteed to be like the same time every time is the problem. See, usually when there's a mess in my room, it's all consolidated in one spot like that. Like, I end up just dropping all my shit in one spot next to my bed or something, or in a corner. Like, I'll clean up the entire rest of my room, like, the whole rest of my room is clean, but then I just can consolidate all my shit in one corner. Which is what this is. The consolidated shit corner. Honestly, realistic, though, I think. I like this. I also do keep my desk, like, very clean. Could I fit, like, a plant or something up here? I would have to, like, raise it up, but I think I could. Okay. We're gonna lag for a second. Wait for the lag to go away. Doop doop doop. Yeah. You know what I find interesting is not every parent will allow their children to have like a little plant or something in their room. And I don't think I understand that. Like, I've always been allowed to have like a little plant in my room if I wanted one, you know? Like, so I don't know, it just feels really odd and foreign to me that a parent would be like, no, you can't have a plant in your room. Like, why not? Like, look at that. Just some nice little plants in the windowsill. I like that. And, like, I have plants in my window, obviously. Maybe it's just some kids aren't nearly as responsible with plants as I was. But I don't know. But yeah, I think I like this room. I think it looks good. This over here is a little bathroom. So let me... boop. Alright. Adjust how I'm sitting. I'm really sad that this kid's ceiling light is the closest thing we have to a proper ceiling titty. Cause, like, we have some other things that are kinda close, but, like, I want, like, a good proper ceiling light, you know? And that sounds really weird to anyone who's never had a ceiling titty in their house. I'm sure of that. Honestly, though, if you've never had a ceiling titty in your house, are you even living? Do you even have a house? Stepped away to let the dogs out and came back to ceiling titty? Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying, right, is have you even had a house if you've never had a ceiling titty? You know? It's an essential fixture in any house. Not this shit again. Listen, it is like the best ceiling light ever. Debatably. And you haven't lived unless you've had one. Like, I am convinced there is not a house on this earth that doesn't have at least one ceiling titty in it. Well, besides the house that I live in. Okay, well, I am convinced that at least my house doesn't have one, okay? But that's a crime. The house I grew up in had one. No, it's in appliances. Sorry. I need to sniffle. Why do I have a text? Oh, right, I'm using my data. It always texts me like, hey, you're using a lot of data there when I'm using it. And it's like, damn, it's almost like I don't have very good Wi-Fi, huh? Oh? Hey, what was that for? Why are you meowing? Sadie just, like, screamed. You good there, girlie? Hey. It's okay. Yeah, sometimes she just kind of screams. Like, she'll wake up and be real scared. Hope she's okay. 'Cause I care about her. I'm upset that I can't put this on here, so I'm gonna raise it up and put it on there anyway. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, hold on. There's not a surface that this will fit on that is of the same height. Oh, that bothers me. Because I can't put it on a shelf to raise it to the height because it won't fit. Arrgh! That's really annoying. Laundry, baby. There it is. I'm just blind as a bat. I was looking for the laundry detergent. All of the laundry in the house will go into that bin, hopefully, which is right by the laundry spot, which is fine. I could have put it over here, but I wanted the fake laundry bin in there because I like it better. So that's nifty. They could have a vacuum if I really wanted to tuck a vacuum in somewhere. You can tell the kind of gameplay I like because I'm cluttering with laundry and vacuums. Listen, I just think they're neat. I would keep the vacuum, like, right there at the top of the stairs in a corner. Or, like, where else could I keep a vacuum? I try to keep things like that out of the way, you know. Actually, that's pretty out of the way, just tucked into that corner there. Yeah, see? Tucked out of the way with the laundry. I like that. I do kind of wish that we had, Growing Together already, so I could put, like, photo frames up here from that. But, since we do not have Growing Together, Moschino is the next best thing, maybe. Let's go. Oh, Jesus! Fuck! Christ! Hi. Thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. You jump scared me. I'm sitting here just looking at picture frames, chilling the fuck out. Help, jump scare. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Well, if you weren't awake, you are now. Yeah, right? Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm kind of... Oh, man. Like, I was kinda sleepy, just chilling out, and then fucking jump scare. Oh, my god. Thank you for that. I love being startled. It's so fun. Oh man. That was not at all what I expected. Thank you. Um I never understood this as a decoration. It's like a dead tree. I would rather put a real plant there. I always try to style with it. The goal bar is one behind, but we're really close. 81 out of 100. Ooh, that's exciting. Thank you. Oh man, that is exciting. I like that. Bruh, I can't even believe we're that close to 100. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Oh my god. Considering all the hype there's gonna be when Growing Together releases, I feel like we're gonna hit 100 quick when that's out, because, like, I do plan to play it, like, on day of release, because I have it pre-ordered. I'm sad that I can't get the cards that look like the kid made it. Um, unless I have them make it in game. I would very much like to use that, but can't here. For anyone just joining us, by the way, I feel like I should mention, well, for anyone who's not familiar with us as a whole, we are Cosmic Frog Gaming. I'm Cosmic Frog Sage. Obsidian Blackbird here in the chat is Cosmic Frog Ethan. He's not with us right now. He's with us in spirit, though. And, yeah, we're a couple of trans dudes playing games. That's what we do here. Yeah, hey, Ethan. But yeah. And right now what I'm doing is giving a little makeover to the Spencer Kim Lewis house. Because, quite frankly, I hate the Spencer Kim Lewis house normally. Just like by default, as it is in the game, I hate it. It's not a good house. So I'm making it better. Trying to clutter it up, make it cute. I feel like this would be tucked away up here on the second floor. He's not dead? Yeah, he's not dead. Ethan is not dead. He's just in the chat. Speaking of not dead, God, so we've been watching the Scream movies lately, right? Added another panel in our About linking to our YouTube. We already have a link to our YouTube in our About. I put it there ages ago. Unless it's not working, but I put it there ages ago. No? What? I feel lost now. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? About and description are different things. Thank you. I guess. I'm not smart. Anyway, what I was gonna say is that we've been watching the Scream movies recently. And man, they suck. I mean, like, the kills are great. I like the kills. The kills are fine. I like seeing people get stabbered. But, like, just the story and the characters absolutely suck. Like, they're so dumb. Dumb as a sack of bricks. The lot of them. It's real funny. Yeah, Ghostface is like Spider-Man. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I think they're okay movies. They're like not bad movies. They're okay. It's just like, damn, bro. Like, people are not smart. Some random decorative bowl. maybe. Yeah. Only here for the masked killers, yeah. Honestly, that really do be how it is, though. Like, ay, the survivors are just not smart at all. Especially Sydney. God, she is not the brightest bulb, is she? I mean, like, she's smart enough that she gets out of the situation every time, but, like, damn, is she not that bright? Like, she has the whole final girl immunity that horror movies tend to have. Okay, Ethan. He's BRB, if you can't see that on screen. I don't know. But yeah, she has the whole final girl immunity and everything, which, like, you know, they tend to have in movies, but, like, other than that, my god. It's such a bizarre movie. Like, nobody is really all that bright. Even I can watch Scream if that says anything. Yeah. Yeah, Scream is like, it's good for the kills, but nothing else, really. Like, the kills are great. I love the kills. Everything else, it's just kind of mid. It's like, okay. Cool, moving on now. Because, like, nobody in those movies is smart. Which is, like, what bothers me the most. Because it's like, my god, you'd think people have, like, an ounce of self-preservation in most cases. But they really don't. At least something that I thought was fucking hilarious when we were watching the Scream movies is the way the movie will absolutely rip on itself. It's so funny. Because, like the literal in-game or in movie franchise Stab. It's so funny how they just, like, they really do riff on themselves that way. It's so good. And yes, I am reusing the same picture frames over and over again because, like, what else am I supposed to do? Like, until Growing Together comes out, this is our picture frames, which isn't much. But yeah, we've been trying to watch a lot of, like, horror movies recently. Like, we've watched Saw. Saw is good. Like, I like Saw for the kills. It's creative, I'll give it that. Like, the kills are fascinating to me. Like, they're cool. But god, do we not watch Saw for the story. I have no idea what's going on with that, with Saw. Even, oh my god, the one thing that I was dreading, like, with watching Saw, right, was the needle pit. I was so worried about the needle pit. And it wasn't bad at all. Like, I thought the needle pit was gonna be way worse than it was. And, like, I was disappointed, really. Like, I wanted it to be worse, almost. Because it was just, it wasn't bad. It was okay. I wish the needle pit had been more, gross. Maybe I'm just desensitized, though. Like, don't listen to me. Maybe I am just a little bit off my rocker or something. I don't know. But I don't know, man. Like, I just. It's so disappointing when you expect something to be more gruesome than it is, and then it happens and you're just underwhelmed. Back, I'm on a desk. Dad, what I missed last night at D&D. Ah, okay. Cool. Cool. No problem, Ethan. I was just talking about how underwhelming the needle pit was. There's a lot of horror that doesn't scare me. Yeah. I wish horror scared me more. Like, I sincerely do. I want horror to scare me so bad. Like, that's most of why I watch a lot of horror movies, is because I'm like, come on, scare me. Like, I want to be scared. And the fact that I'm not scared most of the time really bothers me. I was expecting it to be worse because it's an old movie. Yeah. A lot of new horror is overdone and not scary. Yeah. A lot of current, like, modern horror is really, like, meh, you know? I think I said this in a stream before, but, like, unsettling horror. Like, I like horror that's, like, really deeply psychological, that actually gets to me in a way. Like Borrasca. Borrasca is really good horror. I fucking love Borrasca. I still need to sit you down to listen to Borrasca, Ethan. My god, it is unsettling. Like, Borrasca is, like, disgusting. Because it's on the level of realistic horror. Psychological horror is my favorite. Yeah. Like, Borrasca is definitely psychological horror, and it's psychological horror in the way of human beings are fucking disgusting. Like, they'll do anything for money. They'll do anything for status. And that's the kind of horror that Borrasca is, and I love that. 'Cause, like, spoiler alerts for Borrasca, for anyone who cares, is, like, it's very much, like, it leads you up like there's gonna be a big monster. It leads up like there's gonna be some big scary creature that you have to watch out for. And then it's just people. It's just really awful people. And it's... oh, baby! I like that kind of horror. That kind of horror is so good. Humans have always been monsters. Yeah, humans have always been terrible. That's why some of my favorite killers are human killers, like Ghostface. He is, in all fundamentality, no matter which movie it is, a human. And I like that. Like, I like that he's human. I like human horror. It's good. I like the kind of horrors that are, like, real life horrors. Real life horrors actually scare me. Like, I believe in ghosts and things. I've literally lived in haunted houses. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't. I do live in a haunted house currently. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't. But, anyway. Like, I friggin' love, like, good, real horror. Jigsaw himself was human and tried to show monsters that you should value life. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He always gave a way out. Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that I really like about Saw, is just that it's, like, a very human kind of experience. Like, that's my favorite part about Saw, really. Like, very human killers are just good. Like, very human horror, like stalkers, murderers, things like that is actually, like, good and scary if it's done right. Especially if you build suspense. Like, oh, there are some really, really good horrors where they build up suspense, and even if it's like a cheesy, overdone kind of twist, like, oh, he was in the house the whole time, if it's done right, oh, baby. Unfortunate that he created a monster in the process. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even say Amanda is a monster. She's crazy. She's crazy, I'll give her that, but Amanda's a really cool character still. Like, she has a lot of depth, and she is also just the epitome of very human horror. Like, she is a twisted person for being capable of the things she's capable of, and she's smart. And I really like that about Amanda. She's good. She's a good kind of horror villain. Like, very human horror. Just, that is my niche. I like horror that is, like, just so genuinely scary. Yeah, I'm not denying that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, he would definitely be disappointed in her. Jigsaw would totally be disappointed in Amanda. And I honestly feel like as a character, she has to live with that, because I feel like she knows it too. She knows he would be disappointed in her. And that's just something she has to, like, live with. The reality that she's a disappointment, you know? Like, if she wasn't already, she sure as hell is now, you know? I like it, though. Those movies are really good. Very well done. Um, Even if they are repetitive and the kills can get a little boring, very well done. I like it a lot. Where's the curtain that I'm looking for? The way she acted around him, he was important to her. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was so important to her. She cared about him a lot. And, like, it shows in the movies, especially in the one movie with Doctor Lady. God, can't remember her name off the top of my head. That one movie, though, like, it shows how much he meant to Amanda too, because of just the way she goes out of her way to try and save his life, even if he doesn't want her to. The Saw franchise is just arguably really good. I mean, they could have ended it way before they did, but, you know. Isn't every horror movie like that? Speaking of which, we haven't watched Halloween either. Michael Myers, we haven't watched those movies. We definitely need to watch those. Um, there's a lot of horror that we haven't watched yet that we need to watch. Just sit down, have a movie night. 'Cause I friggin' love horror. I get there was some story left to see, but still, yeah. Yeah, we need to see that? Yeah, we do. We do need to see that. I'm gonna put this curtain higher than it needs to be, just so that way I can get this bar across without it looking weird. Because I think it would look weird if it was, like, right up here above the door. Unless, no, it also looks pretty goofy being up there. Let me see what it looks like being lower down. Honestly, we'll take horror movie recommendations from anyone who, thinks they have a movie that might scare us. 'Cause I'm hard to scare. And, like, some horror movies are also just really sad. Like, there's a horror movie that I watched that was based off of a real story, and it was just like, this little girl basically tearing up the house, and, like, she was left alone, basically, and just was tearing up the house. She was waiting for her mom to wake up. But, like, the whole twist at the end was that her mom was dead the whole time. It was just, like, this little, like, 2-3-year-old girl tearing up the house and, like, sitting there like, oh yeah, my mom's asleep. But the mom overdosed, and I'm just like, oh, that's, like, more sad than it is scary. It was marked as horror, like, as a psychological horror, but it's just sad. Mama made me laugh at how bad it was. Yeah. Yeah. I never saw that movie. I'd wanted to see it, but then I saw the reviews for it, and I was like, ooh. Oh. Like, I saw the reviews for it, and I was just like, oh, that's bad, isn't it? But yeah, some movies are just, like, some movies aren't even horror. They're just sad, It didn't get good reviews, yeah. Lights Out also sucks. Speaking as somebody who has actually seen Lights Out, that movie sucks. That movie was bad. At least I didn't like it, personally. Oh man. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out how to light this room below here. Bird Box didn't do anything. Yeah. See, Bird Box was really popular, and I never understood why. Because I don't know, it was goofy. It was kind of, like, just goofy. I didn't like it. And I know that's controversial. I know there's tons of people who are like, oh, well, I loved Bird Box. And it's like, yeah. And, like, I don't know, it didn't live up to the hype. People were doing that stupid Bird Box challenge, too. Like, ugh. Come on, man. I don't know. Just wasn't good. I didn't like it. There's like an electric fireplace, isn't there? Technically, I think that's like more of an electrical fireplace, isn't it? But it's also set as being industrial. Why are fireplaces like industrial eco-footprint? Hello? Oh, that's so lame. That is so lame. I want it anyway. Gonna try and eat sliced bread? Nice. Eat yo bread. Bread good. Bread tasty. I had cereal for breakfast. So yes, I did eat today. Thank you very much. As long as my stomach can handle it today, yeah. Hopefully it will. Because that'll really suck if it doesn't. Big TV, no. Even that's too big. Like, some of these are just huge for no reason. Oh yeah, I could give them a little games console. Oh yeah, I have this. This is functional as a games console from City Living. But it's a little Switch. I think it's cute. Anyway, games console. Cute. Bread is usually good for, like, settling the stomach, especially if you're not feeling well, though. I'm trying to think of, like, what other horror I've seen that was kind of mid. Texas Chainsaw isn't great. Like, it's okay. It's not great. Because it's pretty much just blood and gore all the time, which, like, you know, if you want blood and gore, that's what that movie is. It's just mid. It's like, not scary. Child's Play. I've never seen Child's Play, but I've never heard, like, good things about it. I've always heard that it's, like, more goofy than it is scary. Yeah. Apparently, dude, okay, like, apparently Terrifier made people, like, throw up in theaters, and I'm just like, eh. It's another one of your generic gore movies. It's not scary. It's like, oh, it's okay. Not too scary, but I see how it can be. Yeah. What other movies? As far as I know, the Jason movies aren't very scary at all. Like, they're mid. There's a lot of movies that just aren't scary, according to people. And I'm just kind of like, how did we get to a point where nothing is scary, you know? The human race is so desensitized to a lot of horror. Rug slice. Where's the fluffy rug? This one. One of the few times where I'll make an exception for a light that I hate is in 2-story tall rooms, because in 2-story tall rooms it's really, really hard to light them. So if I do that, it just makes it a little bit brighter. Not much brighter, but a little bit. And you can barely see the light, which I like. People are weird about gore in movies. Yeah, can't do much anymore without people screeching about how offensive it is, despite the fact, yeah, it wasn't anything offensive. And yeah, that happens a lot, which sucks. Sorry, yawning. Okay. Stretch. Let's go. Okay. But yeah, people are pussies, especially nowadays with modern horror. It's like, yikes, bro. Um, What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something and then my head just empty, bro. You know? It Part 2 got shit on. Yeah. Yeah. People are just really sensitive nowadays, and I feel like I'm gonna get smacked by literally anyone on the internet for saying that. But, like, am I wrong? Like, people are so sensitive about, like, everything nowadays. Like, you can breathe and somebody will be like, I'm offended. It's... Like, there's a fine line. And fam, you're not reaching it, you know? Sorry I'm yawning so much. Like, I woke up and then got straight on stream. Like, I never just sit for a minute and wake up. I always just get straight up, you know? I wish there was a matching two-seater for this sofa. You could argue that this is supposed to be the matching two-seat, but, like, I don't know. I don't think it is. There's probably a, bit of custom content out there for it. Is there even a matching chair for it? I don't think there is. Yeah, no, not really. Well, that's lame. I would very much like to use that sofa. Eat the sofa? No. A 70s conversation pit? Ooh. I could. Hold on. Now it's the matter of figuring out how I even do that. 'Cause, like, there's the fireplace over there, which is a bit odd, but... 'Cause, like... If I did that, right? How short does this... How deep does this need to go for the... It needs to be pretty deep, in my opinion, for it to look good. Just enough for couches and a table. I mean, I've seen people make conversation pits. Sims can usually access them just easy enough. Only problem being that the fireplace would be kind of obsolete, so I might end up moving it, but we'll see. Like, I might end up finding some other spot for it. Because I wanted to make it nice and deep, so that way the couch would go just to the top of it here. Because then I'm going to put these in as temporary, so this isn't how it's going to look, like, in the finished product. So do not worry. BRB real quick? Yeah. That's fine. Could do one of those fancy fireplace looking tables. Yeah, I actually do have one of those. Funny you should say that. I actually do. What kind of stairs are appropriate for a conversation pit? Are those stairs conversation pit appropriate? I like the look of them. Any stairs your heart desires? Yeah. Okay, where's the fireplace coffee table? Because I don't think it's classed as a coffee table, technically. Oh, no, it is. It is. Yeah, this is the fireplace coffee table. Plants in the corners. See, what I was thinking is I have, if I can find it, these big ol' honkers. These big ol' bricky boys. And if I extend them like that, I can technically put plants on them, but I'm not sure yet. I like the brick things, though. And then it's a debate between, like, this cozier looking couch or the one that we're using. Because if we use the cozier looking one, it is shorter, so we could make the conversation pit a little bit shallower. Less deep. Big ol' brick? Yeah, big ol' brick. So we could either make it more shallow and, like, less deep, or we could keep it at the height it's at and use this one. Oh, I could put plants in these back corners, though. For consideration there. Because... do we want the deeper pit? I'm also trying to think of, like, how they're gonna get around the pit, but then, you know, we don't question that, do we? And I can even put these little bits on the end there. So you can, like, it merges into the big ol' brick bits. Which I like quite a bit. I think you like the deeper pit, don't you? Do they have a different color for that one? Yeah. This has a ton of different colors. I was thinking of going for either the red or the green. We also have a nice blue. And I can change the walls of the pit. if I go over here, I can go to here, platform trims, and then I can change it to whatever my heart desires, really. Make it real funky, alternating. Alternating might not work very well, though, is what I'm worried about. Stone doesn't work because it clips. This stone works, though. I like the stone in there. I can, in fact, delete the fencing now if I'd like as well, so I'm gonna... Oh, or not. There we go. I'm not sure how they're gonna get around the pit to the other side, though, is another problem. Like a sectional. See, here's the thought process. If I delete the rounded corners, as much as I love them, and I copy, spin, paste, and then I put more stones and more of something or other. Like, let me figure out the couches in a minute, right? Because I'm thinking I could put it like that, so that way they can get in and out easy. And I have some funky bits here. Like, I can do stuff like that, which I like. You gotta do a real plush couch if you do that. I mean, these two are the only, like, sectional kind of couches that I have that I can actually, like, mismatch like that. There aren't a lot of, like, really plush couches in The Sims. You'll notice quickly a lot of the couches in The Sims are not very, like, plush and soft. This is a good plush soft sofa, but I don't think it comes in funky colors. It's all kind of tan. Excuse me. Get out of the pit. Like, let me pull them out into the yard. Like, this is a real plush soft one, but it doesn't have many funky colors. They want them to be uncomfortable. Yeah, really, honestly. We have the really funky bohemian ones, but I don't think I like them because they're not super comfy looking. This one is pretty funky, kind of comfy looking-ish, if you wanna be generous. This is funky, but it has, like, the armrests are the problem for me, really. That's pretty soft looking. And it's got funky colors. Grandma's cozy bitch. Grandma couch, yeah. Another sort of grandma-esque couch with like 3 colors. This one that I'd wanted to use originally anyway in the living room. And then obviously, like, these guys over here, which, like, I like these couches too. The sectional one is better. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And then it obviously comes down to which sectional. Because, like, there's this sectional, or there's the one that we've already been looking at, which is the sun. Couch maze, yeah, right. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know which one of these couches I like better, because this one looks cozier, but this one looks, like, more interesting, I guess is the word. It's the one that I already have in there. This one would also fit better because it has the sharper angles with the bricks, I think, but I'm not really sure. Overlap them? I mean, I can't really overlap the couches. They don't work like that. Because, like, here's the thought process, right? Thought process being that, like, one side of the conversation pit would look something like that. They do now, I've determined it. No. And then, like, as, like, a general example of how each one looks. I think this one looks better without the back piece on this bit, but I don't know. And then they also have, like, attachable lounges, but I don't think I can really use those in the conversation pit because it's not big enough. I do like the gap no back, yeah. I like the gap quite a bit. So then if I, like, because then if I put it over here, you see how it, like, blends in better with the stone pieces, whereas over here it's, like, kind of meh. The only thing is that this is shorter, so I could probably, like, bonk that up one, and then it would be slightly less deep, but still interesting. That looks nice, yeah. The only problem being with this conversation pit is that how are they... I guess the point isn't to get around the edges, because obviously we have the stairs on either side, but I'm just like, deep pit. I mean, I don't know. I like it shallower. And then consider for your considerations, right? If I can find one that I like, a real funky carpet in the pit. Oh god, that's hilarious. I love that. Oh my god, like the arcade carpet, that's so funny. Or I could just do like, you know, that kind of carpet in the pit. I'm also not sure if I want the pit to be like right up against the door over here. Because I want to have it like away from this door over here. Because, like, I think I like it there, but then it's also right up against the sliding door. I don't think it looks bad against the sliding door, though. What are we thinking? Do we like the pit? Because I think I like the pit, but... Can... Man. Oh, you want to have your coffee in the pit. Yeah. And then this is like a little fireplace here, this thing. Which I like. Little fire table. I normally don't make little conversation pits like this, so I think it looks really cool. Yeah, really cozy. Yeah. Did you see the new Hell of a Boss episode? I literally asked you that during yesterday's stream if you'd seen it already, Diedrich. Yes, I did. I did ask you yesterday. Shaking my fucking head. Shows how much you pay attention to your favorite streamers. Oh, yeah. Look, to be fair, I was dying yesterday. Yeah. That's this, right? Yeah. Do you want to leave, ma'am? Do you want to eat? Yeah, you want to eat. Consider the following. Another conversation pit. This time, though, it's a fire pit, too. Dare I buy pudding today? Maybe like 2 to 3 cups? Ooh. I don't know, because I know that you might end up eating all of them at once. You could, if you really wanted to. These are our fire pit options. Eel pit, but it would have to be in a basement. I'm not doing the eel pit. We're not doing the TikTok eel pit, Ethan. I love the eel pit, but we're not doing the eel pit. Also, yes, in all technicality, I could do the eel pit. But we're not doing the eel pit. I think I like this one better, but I don't know. What do you guys think? The tree one is pretty. Oh my god, I do let you guys have fun. I'm just not doing the eel pit. Do you know what kind of hell the eel pit would be to build? Away for work. Okay. Hopefully you have a good day at work, even though you're still sick and you really shouldn't be at work. But yeah, consider. This is an outdoor fire pit. Do we need one? Because we have a conversation pit inside with a fire? No. But consider. Is it excessive? You tell me. Right, and like, these pieces on these corners are actually essential, because if I go here, technically speaking, I could make this even smaller. I just don't think that they could get around it. I really don't think... I don't know, I don't think it's necessary. I like it, but I don't think it's necessary. You know what I mean? We'll come back to that. We'll come back to the outside. We're supposed to be doing inside work right now. That does mean, though, that we can't have the fireplace in here. Where would the TV even go? I like pits. Yeah, I know you like pits. My little weirdo. My little pit weirdo. It'll still work there. What do you mean, like the TV over here? Because I don't think I want to put the TV over by the conversation pit. Because I was thinking of moving, if I can find it. I was thinking of taking this over here and putting the TV here. So that way it's in its own kind of like, I guess, condensed TV space. And then Yeah, it's hard to put things in there when the windows curtains are there. Ugh. I don't know. I'm trying to find like a good spot for the TV. Because I like it here, but then it's really hard to put seating around it. Hmm. And then it's also the problem of like the door is right here. So getting anything over in this corner is kind of meh. Like, it's difficult. Because I could. Oh, you got back on the bed. Hey. 2 chairs like that works. I guess. It looks a little odd though, you know? Like, how does this look? I think it looks okay, but... it's a little odd. Nice, okay. And then we have the big ol' pit. The fucking pit. Oh, yeah. If you're not eating your food, I'm taking it from you, Sade. So, Ethan, I don't know if I told you yesterday, right? But Sadie ate pretty much her entire bowl of food by the end of the day. Guess what she's done this morning? I only gave her her food a couple of hours ago, and it is already halfway gone. She has almost finished this entire bowl of food today. It is. It's really good. I'm excited. I'm happy that she's finishing her food. 'Cause yeah, like, this bowl is already half gone. Which is great, because, you know, that's a huge improvement from the past, like, week, you know? I put your food away. Yeah, I put it away. Looking for plants that look good in odd spaces. Oh my god. These are actually little functional record players. What the fuck? I'm sorry? No, that's adorable. What the fuck? Holy shit. I didn't expect that. Oh my god. That's cute. I'm not gonna use it, but that's so cute. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I also have this record player here, which I actually might use in here since it's like a very vintage theming going on. Oh, and then, I have the perfect thing I can do over it, too. Maybe not that one. That one doesn't quite fit. I'm trying to figure out how to put these up over here in a way that makes sense. Maybe not these ones. Maybe just these three. Yeah. I think that looks cool. Hey, Ethan, do you know what tomorrow is? It's Infant's Day tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Can you believe it? $15 of them, yeah. 15 of them. Not all at once. Please, for the love of God, not all at once. I'll do as many as can fit in the household at once, and then, like, you know, play through to age them out, and then kick them out, you know? Listen, I can't do them all at once. I don't want to fuck with my MC Command Center settings for that. Do I not have the thing that I'm looking for anymore? I must have gotten rid of it. Damn. Oh, I still have these. They're small, though. Trying to, like, decorate the walls. Out of general curiosity, what would happen if I... That looks ridiculous. That's an interesting, like, feature wall thing. I don't think that's bad. It looks okay. I think I might leave that. Or maybe... What if I did, like, a darker color of it? Especially because we have the lighter wallpaper. does that look? Yeah, yeah. I didn't do curtains on this upper level because I didn't think it would be necessary because, I mean, it's, you know, an upper level. Why would you have curtains up here? I wouldn't personally just even bother. That looks good? Okay, cool. But yeah, personally, I wouldn't bother with putting curtains on this upper level, but I don't know about you guys. Like, does it look doofy without curtains? I don't know. I think it looks fine, but let me know. Yeah, no curtains up there, yeah. I'm putting the empty picture frames because obviously if I was going to be playing with the Spencer Kim Lewis house, I would put pictures in it, but or you know, if you used this to for any family really, you could add your own pictures, but it has a lot of custom content in it, namely windows and stuff. Because I've been using Peacemaker windows and doors, some like other just random custom content clutter things, you know, just bits and bobs. I think that's the living room just about done, actually. I'm not mad. It turned out alright. I like the yellow chairs in contrast with these, the red in the conversation pit. At least I think it looks good, but I don't know, I'm not mad. I like it. I think we might be done with the living room. Yeah. Yeah. See, now the biggest problem there is that I can't alt place these or else it won't work. Which sucks. Can't really put a cabinet over the fridge, really. That's fine though. I think I like that. The orange and green. And then there's actually orange and green in the floor too. I want this like reddish peachy orange that we have on the walls, but I think that matches pretty well. This was apparently supposed to have a lid on it that had the little flippy flap thing. But that didn't end up getting rendered in. So that's sad. I'm sad that you can't fit a microwave under there cleanly. They should have thought of that. Like, they should have considered that somebody might want to put a microwave under there. If I can find it, I shouldn't scroll so fast. Let me go back up. Yeah, there it is. There is a bread box that I can put down there, though. Microwave. And an espresso machine, probably. Or, well, not espresso, just coffee machine. Bread box is good. BRB gonna grab food? Oh, yeah, yeah. Absolutely fair. I wish this was functional if I placed it, like... I wish I could alt-place this back and have it still be functional, because I hate it being right on the corner of that counter. That's really annoying. Ugh. Anyway, good kitchen, good kitchen. I'm not gonna clutter it up too much, because I did so much clutter upstairs. Don't ask me why I decided to go super retro with the house. I don't even know. I guess I just was like, yeah, I think it's neat. And then ended up doing a very retro style build. I especially don't know why I personally ended up going, like, super retro with this build, since it's, like, the exterior of the house is so modern. I don't know. I ended up just kind of going with it, going with the flow. And, this is what happened. This place. I will, however, use... maybe this rug, maybe not that rug, maybe not. We'll find out along the way. I want this rug, but in, like, a nice, brownish pattern, which I think I might have somewhere. Where's the rug that I'm thinking of that might have the swatch? Not you, but you do have a really great swatch of rug for that, actually. I like that. It's a nice busy rug. I like it. It looks interesting. There we go. I like this dining space. It has very, like, you know, conversation vibes. Like, you know, you're gonna sit down and have a chat in here, you know. Let me filter by Get Famous and then go Show All, because I specifically want to find, like, some of these pieces. The bar is hilarious, but I don't think we can fit that in anywhere. And also, this is a house with a child in it. Let's have some respect. And that's pretty much all of the pieces for that. So let me quickly go back to decorations so I can close that filter. Like, this one Looks really great here. This one would look really great in this corner. Hell yeah. I might change up the colors a little at some point. We're not sure yet. Remains to be seen. Oh my god, that just reminds me of this person, right, who was talking about, like, potentially making, like, a company that sells glass coffins and just called Remains to be Seen, and shit is so funny to me. I find that shit so good. Like, that hits the funny bone. In the goodest of ways. We're gonna save really quickly. What time is it? It's noon. We've been here for 3 hours, and I should probably get food because it's been a while since I had breakfast. So, we're actually gonna be right back. See you soon. Alright. Sorry I was gone so long. We have exactly one bathroom in the whole house. And somebody was taking a shower. So I got my food, but then I had to wait for them to get out of the shower so that way I could go to the bathroom. It's a whole problem. I hate having only one bathroom in this house. It's not fun. But yeah, here we are. Still got the house going. I am still eating. I have a donut, but I just pulled your pizza. Oh, nice. Yeah, I do still have food. I ate like half of my donut, and now I'm still eating because I wanted to get back into it while I was eating. You know? This is a remarkably cheap picture for like all of the pictures in this game. Nice cheap artwork. I like it. Picasso, I like it. uh But yeah, I have a donut. So that's good. Technically, not a substantial lunch. But also, like, my lunch, my choice, I guess, I can eat whatever I want for lunch, damn it. Do you think it would be really stupid to have, like, a quote electric fireplace in the kitchen like this? Because, like, I think I like the idea of that being there. Like, I don't know. I think I like it. With that funky mirror. Yeah, I think it looks cool. I wouldn't think it's odd, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I figure because, I mean, I like it, but I wasn't quite sure. Like, I didn't know if it was the vibe, you know? Damn. I didn't actually realize that those were, like, joined. I don't hate them, though. I might put them there. Alright. Oh. Nice. I think that looks great. For a house that has, like, 3 creative Sims in it, and then one Sim who's maybe not so creative, you know? And then, like, I guess Alice's dad isn't. Like, he's okay. He's not the worst. So, like, for a house that has 3 creative Sims in it, I feel like you have to have it looking funky and fresh like this, you know? Like, I don't think it would be right for poor Alice and her daughter if I made the house all super modern, monochrome, not super fun looking. Like, they like it fun. It's just her fucking husband who's a buzzkill, really. Like, we saw that at the start of the stream. It'll help to inspire? Yeah, exactly. We need, like, a good, funky, fresh environment, you know? We don't need, like, whatever the fuck their house was before. And I really like what we've done with, like, closing everything off like this with, the walls, because, like, I hated that this was all open plan before. At least the archways still give a sense of open plan while still having the walls there, you know? I hate open plan houses. I was griping about this last time, I think. I despise open plan houses. Like, I just, it's too much space. It's too open. I can't deal with it. Alright, signify we're pretty much just about done with this room by removing the annoying saucers. This is Vivian's space. And I definitely think, like, Viv is an elderly sim. I think she would have, like, a nice shower cabinet. I like all the, like, creative shower cabinets we've put in this house so far. I do wish that we could get the different curtains without changing the swatch of the rest of this bath, though. I wish it could be, like, all white with different curtains. There might be custom content for that, there might not. I don't know. But I think that would be nice. Same? Yeah, exactly. See, it would be so nice. It'd be so good. I would like it a whole lot better, honestly. Viv gets the fancy double sink just in case she has a lover in her little shipping container space. I love that this garden space is like hers and hers exclusively, pretty much. It's so nice, and it says so much about Viv's personality, how this is her garden. It's so cute, and it has the gnomes everywhere. Like, I'm sorry, look at the gnomes. There's this little guy, and then there's this guy, and then there's this other little guy over here being all silly with his beard. I love the gnomes. The gnomes are cute. The gnomes are a delight in this house. Oh, yeah. Her garden is so pretty. I think it's the one thing that I didn't change at all in this entire build. Like, besides the fencing around it, of course. And I might change out this bench for something a little bit more, more creative, more pretty. Because we do have, like, a lot of these cute benches. But then we have, like, a swing bench, which I might be able to fit in if I move stuff around. And we have, if I can find it, I don't know where it is, but we have another one that I think I like a lot. It might be under here. Yeah, this one. I like that bench a lot. I think that bench complements her garden so nicely. I'm also gonna move that a little so that way it's not clipping. Yeah, I think I like her garden a whole lot. And I like that bench a lot better than the one that was there before. Because I think it's just more, creative. Like, this whole family is creative. I could even potentially... I have a lot of nice little, like, these things, like painted decals. Little graffitis, if I really wanted to put some up. And I just think the graffitis are kind of silly since it's, like, around the back of the house, you know? Because it's, like, it's graffiti, but it looks like they put it there intentionally, maybe. But I don't know. We'll see. I really think this is pretty, but it's like the werewolves thing, so I'm just kind of like, it doesn't really belong here. I'm trying to think of any other art that I have that's like graffiti or whatever that would suit Viv's garden here. But I don't think there is any. Which is regrettably sad. Because, yeah, most of what I have over here is just not it. And then these are all sports things, which I don't really like very much. Like sporty decals, which I'm not a fan. Oh my god, wait, this gnome. Yeah, buddy! This is a little gnome. I like the little gnome. He can stay. He's a hidden detail. You wouldn't see him there otherwise. You wouldn't normally see the gnome. Mr. the Gnome. I wanted something in there, and we got it. Mr. the Gnome, Ethan. It's Mr. the Gnome. Oh my god, I think I mentioned this yesterday on stream, but I've been doing this a lot lately where I'll think I see Sadie, like, moving around in my room. Like, I'll feel her get off the bed or be seeing her by the door, like, waiting to get out. I'll look over to see, I'll move like I'm gonna get up, and then it's not there. And I'm like, wait, what? And then I look over and she's sleeping right by me, and I'm like, huh? It's been happening a lot recently, like that specific occurrence and nothing else. And I'm so confused as to why, because nothing in my life is, like, stressing me out to a point of where I would be hallucinating consistently. It's real confusing for me, honestly. Been having that issue with Millie. Huh. Well, at least it's not just a me thing. Cats are just magic? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, at least it's not just a me thing. I feel significantly less crazy knowing it's not just me. 'Cause, like, bro, when I tell you, it drives me absolutely up the wall, too, because I'm like, oh my god, I feel crazy. Every time it happens, I feel crazy. Boop, boop. That room is a little too bright right now because of the stupid saucers. There we go, that's better. I like that the kitchen window is right here, looking out into the garden over here. So, like, when you're cooking, you can look out at the view over there, and you can look down into the garden. I think it's pretty. Looks real nice. Oh yeah, and obviously I moved their little patches of garden because I don't know what I'm gonna do back here, but I'm gonna figure something out. I haven't even done any of these, like, back patio spaces yet either, or, like, the front patio over here. I need to, like, redo those all. Give me a moment to take a bite of donut. Donuts are so good. But then I'm also kind of just a slut for anything with, like, sugar. Alright, so this is kind of ridiculous, but bear with me, right? Murphy bed? What do we think of, like, a Murphy bed in here? I like the idea of Murphy bed. Especially if I do this one with the couch instead of the one that we have right now. Murphy bed is good, yeah. Because I figure she has such a small space here, I might as well make it, like, you know, at least she's attached to the kitchen and everything here, but I figured she has such a small space. Maybe I'll make it, like, her own little living area, you know? Give Viv her own little unique space. Do you think that TV is too far away? I don't think the Sims will use the couch if the TV is, like, over here. But then I'm like, cause, like, I want them to use the couch, but I also don't want the TV to be, like, in the middle of the room. Where the fuck is the curtain I'm looking for? There it is. I don't know what I want to do about curtains, like, on the door, because I'm kind of thinking no curtains on the door, but it's a big glass door, so I'm like, you know? Also deliberating on the location of the Murphy bed. I don't think we're even going to have a TV in here. I think the Murphy bed is in a good spot. Like, I think that's in a decent spot. And, got the big glass door, which is fine. I just don't know if I want to put curtains on it, like I said. Apparently the filter didn't select, so that's fun. Filter, can you do your job? Thank you. Oh, now I'm really debating. Because the Murphy bed is good, but consider. I'm going to put it outside for now to keep it still in the realm of possibility, right? It looks really dark over there right now. That's fine. Here we go. Now it doesn't look so dark there. What if we consider funky grandma crafting area? Those do go together as well, which I personally adore a lot. Oh my god. Oh my god. What do we think about Grandma having her own little knitting space? This is so cute. This little craft nook. I personally think I am in love with this because I think it is so darn cute. It's so cute and silly. I love it, yeah. I think it's really cute. I like it a lot. I'm gonna use this to raise up. Oh, no, I can't use that one. Do we have a different shelf I can use to raise this up, or... No, you don't slot onto there. Why can't I use a shelf to raise you up? Why don't you slot onto a shelf, damn it? Ugh, that's aggravating. Alright, show all, because these are both cozy packs. Yeah, baby. The Murphy bed suddenly doesn't actually feel like a good, great choice now. Unless we want to, like, really go in and use, like, a different Murphy bed back here against this wall instead. Help Grandma condense her space there. I think not these, but like these. No, these can't slot there. This can, though. And isn't there a different shelf, or is it the same one twice? Oh, it is the same one twice. It's just different colors each time. Oh, isn't that strange? I don't think I ever noticed that. Oh, isn't that just bizarre? I don't think I'd ever even considered that that's the same shelf twice. Huh. See, now I'm not sold on the Murphy bed, because it doesn't take up enough space, you know what I mean? Like, these at least take up space, which is what I'm looking for. Oh. I take it I haven't updated that since a certain update that broke beds. Duly noted. I'll need a different bed then. And, like, I don't want to condemn Grandma to a single bed, because she's old. She needs the space for her achy bones. Oh, this one's cute. Hold on. Yeah, this one's cute. Oh, I love it. is so darn cute. Like the mix of cozy old things and like modern new things, I think, is really fun for me. And then I do still have the nifty knitting, not nifty knitting, the Murphy bed paintings, which I can blow up and display here. Oh, that's so cute and cozy. I love that. Thank you. Uh, let's include kits in all this, right? Because the kits also have some real cozy stuff. Oh, I forgot about the adorable little cork board. That's cute. Which reminds me of something else I'm looking for, yeah. This little feller can go right down there. Because this is basically just Grandma's, like, apartment, you know? I can stick her teeth by the bed. Her teeth. Perfect spots are at the bedside and bathroom sink. Yeah, that's where I put the teeth. Bedside. What's going on? It's Trinketville. That box cracks me up every time. Like, it's impossible to not love Trinketville. It's so cute. Oh my god, reading glasses by the bed too. Can I put the wiggly candles on here? Oh, I can't. I could put them on the desk, but I like her desk being nice and clean since everything around it is cluttered. Just watching outside. Don't even need a TV, just look out the window. I feel like that's such a perfectly grandma thing to do, like, why do I need a TV? I'll just look out the window. I wanted to put, like, a rug on the floor, but, like, putting a rug on carpet is kind of meh. I mean, like, I've done that because I used to live in a room with, like, a literally atrocious carpet, but beside the point. Watching the burbs? Yeah, watching the burbs. Always good to watch the birds. I don't have, like, slippers I can put down here, unfortunately. I'll just look for the shoe rack that I like. 'Cause the normal, yeah, the shoe rack will probably have a decent selection there. Oh, but it doesn't fit. It's too big. Darn. Then I could just place a couple pairs of shoes. Oh wait, that's the... Sorry, some of my little decorative shoes is, like, modded. There we go. Yeah, shoes by the door. Phone and keys by the door. A little to-do list, maybe.
Another pair of glasses, just in case she forgets the ones on her nightstand. Because honestly, I need so many pairs of glasses, I forget them all the time. I have exactly one pair that I forget literally everywhere. Any grandma makeup that she wants. There we go. There we go. Some nice little decorations for Grandma. This store keeps glitching for some reason. I don't get it, but sure. You're really good at Sims? No, I try. I don't think I'm that great. I just kind of vibe. Do what I think looks good, you know? The cookie rug is so cute, but I don't think I can use it here. Ugh, let me get up because the cat wants to leave my room. Do you need to go pee, ma'am? Do you need to go piddle? Alright, you may leave. Usually if she leaves my room, it's either because the water bowl is out in the hallway or it's because she needs to pee. She isn't eating her food, so I'm gonna wrap up what she isn't eating. Just real quick. It's like how we as humans put away our food so it won't go stale. Hers will go stale if I don't put it away. So I have to wrap it up and put it away. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm good at Sims. I'm just, like, mediocre at best, probably. Like, I'm okay. Shrug. You're that picture of the person just pinching the bird's mouth shut. Are you good, bruh? You typing like you're having a stroke. I love you. I might be. Oh no, careful. I might make this a different color just to match the wood tones in the room. And then you have like so many different colors. That's good. That matches a little bit better. I think that's Grandma's room done. What do you think? Well, besides needing to put the lights in, obviously, but I think that's a good little grandma space. Finish the pizza. Yeah. That's good.
It's good that you finished the pizza. Nice. Always good to save a little for later. Alright. Let me... subtlety for the slightly darker spots. For the most part, I try to avoid using the subtle saucer lights because I just hate them. And I know that sounds unreasonable, but it's true. I really, really fucking hate those lights. Because it just doesn't feel natural. Like, houses in real life are very dark. Like, have you ever noticed that? They are very dark. Like, or the lights are usually, like, either, like, they're really dark or they're, like, a yellowy tone. Which a lot of the lights in The Sims are. So I hate using the saucer lights because it's like a show house when I do that. And it's like, ugh. The rest of this room is lit up really well. Or, well, that back bit isn't, but you know what I mean. Yeah, especially at night, this room really doesn't need much light. Very nice. Again, a room that doesn't need much light. There you go. That is like almost the entire house done by now. By the way, we just have like this little bit left and then all of the exterior, which I think is great. I'm real proud of that.
Don't worry about it. Nothing much. You didn't really miss anything. I was just mentioning how we're almost done with the house, pretty much. Yeah. Cause, like, we did all of the upstairs here. And we've did all this down here. So now we just need to do this little area and then the exterior and we'll be done. Which I think it looks a hell of a lot better than it did before. Hello? That's a very common issue with move objects, is that windows and doors will just suddenly, like, phase into the wall. And it's really annoying, because it's like, why? Like, it kept doing that with this door down here, too. I hate when it does that. Oh man, this is like visible until you hit like bonk, 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 bonk. It just pops in and out of existence. Weird. Gonna take a second to think about our approach for this one. 'Cause I was gonna do this room yesterday when we ended stream, and then I was just like, I'll do it later. And now I've ended up leaving it to the very end. So that's fun. Sorry, ignore that. That's me getting excited. 'Cause, clearly, I am not a mentally stable individual. But yeah. Yeah. Fucking that meme, I'm sorry. I'm thinking. Oh, fuck this. A worm? Yeah. Like, listen, folks. I am what people call a dumbass. A dumb motherfucker. So, you know. I have a cat who wants to come in my room. Do 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 do. Sadie, come here. Hi, good to see you. Good to see you. Hello, ma'am. Oh, you're so skinny. You're so skinny. Mwah. Mwah. You need to put on weight. I can lift you with one hand, ma'am. You need to put on weight. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If I can lift you with one hand, you need to put on weight. Oh, I love her. Have we been over the fact that my cat literally means the world to me? 'Cause she does. She's the goodest girl in the world. And I simply do not know how I would function as a human being without this cat. Boop. And a boop. Loves the cat more than me. Listen, you're great and all. But my cat is my cat. And I love her very much. Yes, I do. I love you very much. Hello. Cuddles for baby. Cuddles for baby. My old girl. My old bag of bones. Bag of bones. I can feel your ribcage through your skin. You need to eat more. You need to eat more. I can play you like a guitar. I can go. You need to eat more. Oh. I bully my cat out of love. If I offer you your food, will you eat it? If I offer you your food, will you eat it? Yes, you will. The answer is yes, you will. I love her. This is a huge room for just one old man. Chat, did you know Ethan is really gay for, a specific character from The Evil Within? That's the name of that game, right? Yeah. I promise I remember the things you like. I promise I remember the name of it. Right? Okay, good. I was gonna panic if I got it wrong. I was like, Oh, my bed is filthy. I need to change my bed sheet. 'Cause Sadie's been eating on my bed, so of course, because she's eating on my bed, she's getting food all over my bed. I haven't been asked to change it yet, though. You're welcome for my noises. I am a beastie. I am a little beast. I am not human. This is why nobody hangs out with me, because I do shit like this.
Oh shit, I have 2 notes. Well, that's a porn bot. Not just a porn bot, but it's a porn bot that actually posts and is reportable. That doesn't happen often. Oh, you're not a porn bot. I thought you were because you have a real person as your profile picture. Oops. That happens. A different person, of course, not the porn bot that I just reblogged. Not reblogged, reported. But the other one was definitely a person, but that one's a porn bot. Beast, you say? Oh my god, stop. I love you. Stop. Cease. Anyway. Give me a minute. Because I have Tumblr notifications to handle. Okay. Put that away. There we go. Sorry. What's this here for? Huh? What do you got this out for? What are you leggy out for? Sadie is so thrown. She had her leg up in the air because I guess she was cleaning it. And I just grabbed her foot. She doesn't like it very much when I do that, but it's so funny because she just kind of buffers like, whoa, hey, whoa, hey. What are you grabbing my foot for? It's really funny. She's really cute. I love Sadie. She's such a good cat. Ah, my favorite cozy old person chairs. I use these chairs a lot. I think, they're just so comfy. I put them in nurseries a lot. Or in, like, bedrooms, obviously. They're just really nice. They're nice, nice beds. Not beds. Couch, chairs. Nice chairs. They have such a pretty view there outside the house, you know? I figure might as well chair. Very cozy? Yeah, very cozy. I figure if I was gonna live here, I would put chairs there, you know? Nice cozy chairs. Tumblr? Oh.
Eve Zone. Get off of my tungler. Get out of my sandwich. Get out of my sandwich. Oi! I wasn't there. Yes, you were. Get out of my sandwich. Get out of there. It's my sandwich. It's not for you.
I'm trying to think of what else I can put in here, because it's such a huge room. Well, first I can put my dislocated spine. Because my spine hurts. Ooh, baby. Okay, I'm thinking. Mayhaps even thonking. He seems like an old chess guy. Ooh, this is an awesome one. Hello. I know that this is just a recolor of this, with like some extra accenting, but shit, I do like it. Like, a lot better than the original, even. Yeah, he strikes me as kind of chess-like an old dude. Ah, my ear's itchy. They had musical instruments in their house originally, but like, there's nowhere to really like fit that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Fucking. It just feels so empty. I hate when rooms feel empty. Like, I know there are some people who keep their rooms, like, perfectly clean, but also those people are psychopaths. And I won't apologize for what I said. I said what I said. Y'all who keep your rooms perfectly clean are actually psychopaths. And you can argue all you want that you're not. I still think you are. Oh my god, it's just so hard to figure out where to, like, what to put where. Y'all ever have your body just burp for you? Like, you don't even have a moment to think, I need to burp. Your body just burps. Like, you don't even open your mouth or anything, it's just burp. And then it's done. Like, I don't... How can the human body just burp without you telling it that it can? Like, hello, I'm sitting here minding my own damn business, and then just the deepest fucking rumble from down in my body. Like, yeah, you burped. Like, you didn't acknowledge that you needed to, even, but you did. And I'm like, what? I hate the human body. Thank you. This has been... this has been this. I hate the human body. Human body is so distressing. There's the lamp I was looking for. I like that lamp. This room is too empty, but, like, I don't know what to... You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to put here. Ugh! Might be a case of it's gonna be big. I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna just leave it open like this. It's just, Hey yo, why is the game music so jazzy right now? I heard saxophone there a second. Gonna shower? Oh, okay. Cool. I hate
big open spaces. I don't know how many times I'm gonna say this today, but you get to hear all of them. I'm so bothered by how empty the floor is. It's such an empty space, and I don't like that about it. I think I'm gonna have to leave it though. I think it's gonna have to be what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. Even though I hate that. I hate letting it be what it's gonna be, but it's just gotta be. Now it's just gonna be the hallway, and then we're good to go. Just gotta get the teeny tiniest little light for the stairs. There we go. This is somehow a really pretty fucking house, you know? I like how you can see, like, every room of the house, basically, from the windows and everything. It's a really pretty, pretty house. I would like living here, I think. I mean, it might be a little too big for me, personally, honestly, but you know how it is.
Alright. Yeah, it's really just that hallway now that needs to be funked with, which shouldn't be too hard. Once we finish with the interior, I think I'm gonna make sure to, like, change the floor and stairs on these patios and then be done for the day. Just because I think that'll be a good stopping point. Unless I decide to keep working, because sometimes I just can't help it and I keep going, even though I said I wasn't going to. Because sometimes my weak little baby boy brain goes, ooh, but what if we do more? And I'm just like, you whore. That's cute, by the way. I like that. I'm not gonna use it here, but I like it. Won't leave you feeling shanked. What? I'm sorry, I was reading the description on that while I was looking for the other thing that I was trying to find, and I'm just like, oh my god. Oh, it's a hutch! I love hutches so much. Oh my god, good I know where it is now. I know where to find it. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna have to remember that there is a hutch there. Which, by the way, when this object came out with cottage living, I heard so many people being like, what is a hutch? And I was like, huh? Like, there are so many people that were like, what is a hutch? What is that? And I'm like, I was gonna have an aneurysm. I swear to God. Because I, like, you know, as somebody who has owned a hutch, for like my entire life, I was going to have a meltdown. I was gonna have an aneurysm. I was like, what do you mean you don't know what a hutch is? Hello? It, like, legitimately was flooring me so much. I was like, no, you've gotta be fucking joking me. But no, some people just legit don't know what a hutch is, and that upsets me so greatly. Cause, like, I'm sorry, how do you not know what a hutch is? Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. It kills me to think about. Candidate 1. I might take these and put them in the kitchen real quick. Because I think they're super cute and deserve to be in the kitchen. Gonna put them nice and low so that way they are reachable by child sims in my mind. So that way if the kiddo wants to help mama or papa cook, they can. Tote bags.
Twitch notification, that's fine. They do have a fire system outside, so I don't need to put a fire alarm in the house, but I will put the thermostat over here. I'm keeping a towel set over here by the door because, I mean, I don't know. You ever think, like, you get in from the rain and then you're all soaking wet and you're like, ugh, I wish I had a towel. You know? I don't know. That's my thought process. At least sometimes I wish I had a towel, so. Towel by the door. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe that's just a me thing. That always just seemed like a logical conclusion to me. Apparently doormats are supposed to go, like, directly in front of the door and not, like, outside the door, by the way, which I never considered in my life, because, I don't know. Anytime I think of, like, a doormat, I think of, like, it being outside the door. Like this, you know? I always imagine it like that, because that's how we use our doormats. But then anytime I see somebody put a doormat down in, like, a Sims build, they put it, like, in the doorway, and I'm like, that doesn't seem right, you know? Like, it just doesn't seem logical to me, I guess, to have, like, you know, have a thing like that, you know? I don't know. It always just seemed wrong to me. It always seemed really wrong. Oh, sorry for that sneeze. That was a big sneeze. I'm sorry for that. That's another big sneeze. I don't know. Random placement until I can figure out how I want these placed, because, like, there we go. And then that feels right for that hallway, which is good. For the outside of the house, I was thinking some nice stone. And then, like, one over there. And then just again with the, like, stone vibes, I guess. Since the foundation of the house I made stone, I feel like it looks good to have it like this. I think it looks good. And that's about all I thought I wanted to do for today. So yeah, for now, I think that is our. You're still sick, Diedrich. I'm sorry. But yeah, that is pretty much the end of our work for today on the renovation of the Spencer Kim Lewis house, I guess. Um. Oh man. But yeah. Uh. S- Sorry to say, Diedrich, but we were ending stream right as you got home. So, oopsie. Oopsie boopsie. Oopsie daisy. But yeah. Thank you to everybody who came by today and came to watch. Thank you to the people who followed today. Thank you to Ethan and Diedrich for being here pretty much all day. And, gonna lay in the fetal position for a while, yeah. But yeah, and, just, yeah, thank you all. Might stream again later, might not, we'll see. We don't know yet. And, yeah, for now,